4, 3, 2.
Recording in progress.
Welcome everybody to today's meeting, Tuesday, May 21st. It's our regular council meeting, and we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order and pass it to Clementine so that she can share how folks can participate in public comment and do roll call.
Councilmember Barber,
Present.
Councilmember Garcia,
Here.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Here.
Councilmember Smith, it's my understanding will not be joining us today, and Mayor Williamson.
Here.
And information on participating in this meeting and providing public comment, including remotely by Zoom or telephone, is available on the agenda, which is online at isearchmonterey.org. Remote commenters, you will be muted until it is your turn to speak, and a timer will be shown on the screen. If you are connected on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. We recommend that attendees in the chamber keep your phones and devices muted to prevent audio interference with the meeting. Thank you for participating in your city government.
Alrighty. And with that, we will start off with our presentations. The first one is recognizing National Public Works Week. This is always a fun one. It's a good way to start. With that, I'll pass it to Hans for the presentation.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, National Public Works Week is always an item on our city's calendar. We are happy to celebrate it this year as well. And we have a few team members from Public Works who will proudly share with you a few slides that they have prepared. And we want to celebrate all the good work, how this functions in Public Works. There's never a moment when someone of Public Works is not out there working 24/7. So with that, we start with Jason Bradley, and if you would be so kind to introduce then the next speaker when you're done. Thank you.
Yes, sir, will do. Thank you. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, it's Public Works Week. This is an opportunity to energize and educate the public on the importance of public works to their daily lives, planning, building, managing, and operating at the heart of their local communities to improve everyday quality of life. During this week, the City of Monterey Public Works Department highlights the critical role our department staff play in keeping the city running smoothly day in and day out quality of life. The responsibilities of the department come in many forms. It is a massive and necessary undertaking. The people in our department wear many hats, some literally. These diverse divisions work in harmony to keep the City of Monterey operational, safe, and productive. So it's observed on the third week of May, and it recognized the importance of our public infrastructure and the people that provide these services, and the mission advancing quality of life for all, I think, could be felt anywhere you look around here. Construct, operate, and maintain important infrastructure. And here's our department structure. As you can see, engineering, fleet management, general services, public works administration, streets and utilities, harbor and parking, and we'll speak briefly on each of those. So here's our public works team. These are great shots. I look at these all the time. They're posted all over the place. I think that's a great team, great camaraderie.
Can you share with everybody what the picture is to the left for
So
context?
this was Halloween, and this was my first Halloween with Public Works, and
It's a good mark.
I did not fully appreciate how seriously it was going to be taken, but it was serious. It was serious. The whole city. It was amazing. It was
Can you
really cool to
describe
see
what
how
the
everybody
theme-
came together.
Can you describe what the theme is? Because I think it's might be a little bit hard for folks to be able to.
It was not long after the Barbie movie came out, and it spoke to us as a group, and we represented that here.
Awesome. Thank you.
And then the other was last Public Works Week. Everybody got together. I love that shot. And so engineering, these are the different facets of engineering: traffic, NCIP, CIP utilities, environmental, development, IGZA, and admin. Plan, design, construct, operate, maintain the city's infrastructure. You see Andrea and Marissa there on the bottom left, or on the left. Coordinate the city's environmental and regulatory activities, review developmental proposals, encroachment applications. There's Tom. And support IGZA for the engineering, all engineering matters. There's our team last year working hard on the left, and recovering from some of the storms.
Can you share with everybody what IGZA means?
Oh, I'm sorry, Intergovernmental Support Agreement. So it's the contract between the U.S. Army, MCOM, and City of Monterey for providing building maintenance services for all the buildings on the Presidio. Fleet management, fully functional. So maintaining our fleet, obviously, fleet management. And there's the guys and gals. We got the fire trucks there. General services, Presidio, so building maintenance, custodial services for all city facilities, and then all the same for our military partners. And then I'm going to turn over to Mr. Bart Bertolli.
Hi, good afternoon. Name is Bart Bartoli. I'm one of the streets and utilities supervisors. Let's see. So our streets and utilities division maintains City of Monterey roadways, sanitary sewer, storm drains, signage, traffic signals, and related infrastructure. Our streets crews, they are on a standby 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year to respond to sanitary sewer overflows, vehicle accidents, where city infrastructure is damaged, and to help support public safety. And there's some of our streets crews there. Then we have our harbor division, which provides access to a variety of recreational and commercial opportunities for residents and visitors alike in a scenic setting, and continues to improve services and infrastructure, allowing for an even greater access to the area for fishing or leisure purposes. And we have our harbor crew there. Our parking division, they operate 31 parking facilities with approximately 3,500 off-street parking spaces. The parking division works with businesses, residents, institutions, and visitors alike to meet their parking needs. And we have a parking crew there. And our public works admins, professional and executive assistants to 6 diverse operating divisions with a total employee count of 162 full-time and regular part-time. Other administrative support services include accounting, human resources, contract processing, review and monitoring of internal controls, strategic planning, and organizational efficiency. And that's what we have for our Public Works Week.
Woo. Give it up for our public works staff. So pop quiz, how many, and not public works employees, okay, so there's no cheating here. How many public works employees do we have in the city of Monterey? No, you can't, no, oh, sorry, I should have included council. Of course you were paying attention. Everybody's like, uh-oh, I didn't know there was gonna be a test. 162, there's 162 folks out there every single day of the week working as part of the Public Works Department. And so we just appreciate all that you do. And we're glad that we can take this moment to celebrate all the wonderful work that's being done behind the scenes that we all take for granted. I'll just kind of give my little thing that I see. I have a new job relatively recently, and my office faces the street. I live on Franklin, so I can see stuff coming and going. And I found that every once in a while, what is the one with the vacuum that sucks up stuff out of the sewer? What is it called? Vector. I was close. So the Vector comes by and is like sucking up, and they're making sure that things continue to flow in the pipes, which I can imagine if that's not done after a certain point in time, we might see some backupage. Nobody's eating right now, right? But these things we really can take for granted. So and it's that work that I think a lot of folks maybe aren't interested in doing. So thank you. And I know that you guys get a lot of heat too from maybe work being done on our roads. And so in as much as I think folks might be frustrated with that process, it's for a good reason. It's for a good cause. We're going to be able to drive on streets and appreciate the work that you all do. So thank you. Thank you so much. I think we have a proclamation here. I'm not going to read it for sake of time, but it just kind of says all the things that we've already been talking about. So why don't we have our public works staff come up and we can take a photo together with the council. Please give it up for our public works staff one more time. Come on, Hans.
Oh,
You can see
I gotta
he-
move?
You can see he didn't want to.
I gotta move. I was comfortable.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Do you want to hold this one?
Yeah, that'd be good. I'm short. Can you see me?
Even when we're up here, right?
Up here. That's pretty bad. It's like, he's too tall. No, I'm just kidding.
1, 2, 3, one more.
All right, one more time. Of course, of course. All righty, as they're transitioning out, we will go on to item number 2, which is the update from Cal-Am Water on Monterey Peninsula Water Supply Project, and we'll pass it to Hans for staff introductions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have Josh Stratton here from Cal-Am to present to us from time to time. We have presentations. Monterey One Water was here. The Monterey Peninsula Water Management District spoke about water, and of course, our utility, California American Water, has also been updating the city from time to time as well. And so this is time for another project, a Monterey Peninsula Water Supply Project update. And I'm looking forward to learning more about what Cal-Am has to say about water. Go ahead, Josh.
All right, well, thank you all for having me today. It's a pretty brief presentation, but by all means, I hope to have some questions from you afterwards. So my name is Josh Stratton. I'm the External Affairs Manager with California American Water. Tim O'Halloran, who's in charge of the desal project, was going to be here with me, but he's got the sickness that I think half the community seems to have right now, my family included. I'm here to talk about the Monterey Peninsula Water Supply Project, or the desalination project, which I'm sure we've all heard of, which was the impetus of was a 2008 partnership originally that was based in the county region north of Marina. There was a regional project many years ago, which was disbanded for various purposes and various reasons. And so now Cal-Am is bringing it back because we do need this drought-proof, reliable water source. So we're moving forward with that. But a little bit about our system, if I can. So our central division based in Pacific Grove we provide reliable water. We're very proud of that to our over 40,000 connections, which is about 100,000 customers here in the Monterey region. We have about 680 miles of infrastructure, which is enough to reach Arizona. So it's quite a lengthy, large system. We have approximately 100 water storage tanks, and we have, I'd say most importantly, or just as importantly, is we have about 95 employees here locally who are members of the community. We live and work and here, and we pay our water bills as well. And we're proud to do the work that we do here. And our system, the Monterey water system, is one of the most complex in the state due to several reasons. The topography, as you know, we're large. We've got mountains, we've got valleys and waterways, and it's an aging infrastructure. It's been around for quite some time, and we have water supply challenges here. So we have a lot of unique solutions here that I'll discuss a little later on about. It's not just, hey, we have a river, we take our water and we send it out to our customers. We have to be very creative and innovative in this region on how we provide the water to our customers, and we're very proud of the work that we do. So I talk about the size and complexity of our system. You can see here that we cover primarily the peninsula is our main customer base. Of course, here in Monterey, Pebble Beach, Pacific Grove, Carmel Valley, and we have some satellites, is what we call them, in Garrapatta, Chular, and Ralph Lane. And another thing is we cover multiple basins throughout the region. It's not, again, it's not just we get our water from one source and that's enough. And we're really proud of the conservation programs. We partner with other water agencies, and we very robust conservation programs because, yes, they're distinct basins, but if we can save water in one basin, it is all interconnected underground. And so we really try to save all of our underground water sources to the best of our ability. As we're all painfully aware, we have very severe water supply constraints here. So historically, Cal-Am, we produced all of our water from the Carmel River. As population increased, and we've had to find new water sources, and we've had to, and then also the water supply had extended periods of drought, so the water supply of the Carmel River is not as abundant as it has historically been. And so that being our only water source, it was overdrafted and overutilized. And so we as a region have had to be real creative in finding new water sources to lessen our reliance on the Como River. That includes the Seaside Basin, which again is having water supply issues. So we've had to reduce our reliance on the Seaside Basin as well. And then we've had drought. It's kind of funny sometimes how short our memories can be. We've had 2 really great years. Our rivers are flowing, our aquifers are full, and we're but this is not something that we can rely upon consistently, because it's not. We still are facing more consistent periods of drought here in this region. So these 3 things are the Como River, Seaside Basin reductions, and drought. We, CalAm, your water provider, who has consistently, regularly provided safe, reliable water for our communities, we've had to replace about 70% of our water supply. Here in our region, we're a wholly reliant system upon ourselves. And what that means is, we don't have the Colorado River. When you hear about the snowpack in the Sierra and how great it is, and that doesn't impact us here. We don't get any benefits from anywhere else. We have to find and source our own water here within our region. I think that's an important thing to remember. So, how are we going to find these water sources? The current demand is about 9,200 acre feet a year for our region, for our CalAm and our customers. The current supplies are about 8,500. And there's a lot of discussion, and statistics are a funny thing that anybody can come up with various iterations of statistics, but these generally is, I think, the agreed upon amounts that we need and that we have for our water supplies. And so we, as the water company, we need to take into consideration future demand for housing, climate change, and expected increasing periods of drought moving forward. So the sources, as I've mentioned, typically we've had the Carmel River and the Seaside Basin have been 2 historical sites or sources of water. And then we've got aquifer storage and recovery, which is ASR. You might have heard of that before. And that's another thing that we do in this region that is atypical. We kind of take some of the things we do for granted nowadays because we're so ahead of the game here. And this isn't just CalAm, this is our region. We should all be very proud of the fact that we're finding all these creative water sources. And so aquifer storage and recovery in periods of heavy rain, when the Carmel River exceeds a certain threshold, we are allowed to take that excess water and pump it back in the ground. If anybody's driven on Highway 5 recently or in the Central Valley, you see a lot of billboards saying, don't let the river water run into the ocean. It's logical. So we capture as much as we can. And we partner with other water agencies to capture excess river water when it's raining hard. We put it in for aquifer storage and recovery. And then you can see the green pie is Pure Water Monterey, which again is very atypical. The fact that we are in an area where we do recycle water, we've got a successful water recycling project, is something to be proud of. So we've got many water sources here. It goes to the slide on the right, or the graph on the right, is the future sources are expanded Pure Water Monterey, EPWM, desalination, and aquifer storage and recovery. So we capture as much rainwater as we can when it's raining, put in the bank in ASR. We, as you know, we've expanded Pure Monterey One Water to capture and recycle as much water as possible. We've agreed to purchase all of that water. There's some debate about how much water can be produced from that. So we feel, and many others, including the Coastal Commission, believe that desalination is needed to make sure that we have a drought-proof, reliable water source. And just real quickly, here's a sort of a graphic to show the size of our supply lines. So you see with the Carmel River there, where we typically, one thing that we did a few years ago is we basically had to reverse our infrastructure, which may not sound like a big deal. It's a pipe to one way or go the other, but it was a very complex thing that was done, where rather than having it primarily just to be very simple terms, going from south to north, getting most of our water from the Carmel River and pumping up through the peninsula and up north, north and east, we've now had to reverse that flow to get most of our water from the Seaside Basin. So now we kind of bring it from Seaside and we bring it down the other direction. So we had to put in a very sophisticated pipeline system to reverse that flow and to also accommodate aquifer storage recovery needs that we have. So that's something that the CalAm did to supply, to make sure that we can capture and use all of our water sources we have available. So, and I just want to, kind of correct what's many people in our community are saying, which is we have an approved desalination project. It passed the Coastal Commission. That we were given conditions, yes, but the desalination project was approved by the Coastal Commission, which I would argue is one of the most, I'll just say, robust environmental agencies on the planet, which is a good thing for our California. They're very rigorous and thorough, and the Coastal Commission approved our project and gave us conditions that we're in the process of clicking away and taking care of and implementing those conditions. But during the Coastal Commission hearing, there was quite a bit of discussion, to say the least, in the 13-hour hearing that is desal even needed? And there's testimony by state agencies and local agencies that yes, desalination is needed. The drought-proof, reliable water source is needed, and the Coastal Commission approved and agreed with that. So we do have an approved desalination project. And I just want to make that point clear to people, because there's some narrative out there saying that just because there are conditions, it wasn't approved. So what the project does, desalination, it's a drought-proof ability to preserve Carmel River habitat. It's a whole ecosystem. It's not just the water, it's a whole ecosystem in Carmel that we'll be able to remediate. And then we've got, their environmental considerations taken in this project. It's using carbon-free energy. So desalination, projects can require a significant amount of energy, but we've taken measures to have carbon-free energy. Slant wells, and this is something that I can get into details if you ask questions later. But the days of having sticking a big pipe in the ocean, just sucking water out from an intake pipe, those days are over in the state of California. What we do is we're using what's called a slant well. So we have a pipe on the beach that goes out at an angle, basically under the ocean, and doesn't have direct intake into the ocean. So it saves sea life. It's very environmentally friendly with the state of California, certainly our Monterey Bay sanctuary we want to preserve. So it's environmentally friendly in that regard. We have a test well that's been running for years, showing that there's been no impact to the environment. And we're using an existing outfall pipe. So when we treat the water, we're partnering and we're going to use an existing outfall pipe to bring our water out. We're making vast improvements to that outfall pipe to make sure that we mitigate any impacts to our local environment. Affordability. Cal-Am has the most robust affordability programs in the state, amongst other utilities. We get requests all the time from other utilities asking us for, how do you do this? How do your systems work? How do you save customers, low-income customers? How do you help them? There's up there, you can see there's LIWAP and CWAP. So we've got over $1 million into LIWAP, low-income housing water systems program, to help people pay their water bills for those in need. And one thing I can touch on rates and costs of the water. We take great pride in our tiered rate structure. So those who are in congregate living, apartments, who don't typically landscape as much, or could potentially be the lowest water users. Those lowest tiers have very much lower water rates, and it's actually lower than other parts of the state, and is very affordable. We work very hard on that. The middle water users, if you will, the average water user pays about the average rate for those most in the state. Now, the higher tier, the people who use the most, do pay typically higher rates because of the tiered rate structure. So we really built it that way to make sure to incentivize people to use less water. And the average customer here pays about the average rate that people pay throughout the state. It's the high water users that do get the most impact. The regional approach, so some of the water from the desalination project, you can't take water from one basin and sell it to another and take it out. So some of the fresh water that's going to be from our desalination plant will be sent back to Castroville, another low-income community. So we're very proud of the fact it's going to go up. It's going to help that community lessen their reliance on their wells, which are heavily saltwater intruded up in North Monterey County. So alleviate some of the use of their wells, which will help that community, which is highly agrarian. They work with the farms. And so if those farms go fallow, which is what some are proposing, is just to let those saltwater intruded areas with the saltwater intrusion, let them just make that land go fallow and move it to somewhere else where there's more water. Well, that impacts the community of Castroville and Pajaro and many of the people up in North County. What this is going to do, it's going to alleviate pressure on their wells to make them last longer and better. And it'll save a lot of jobs and save some communities up in North Monterey County. And the status and timeline, like I touched on earlier, we've received Coastal Commission approval. I'll go on a timeline in another slide from now, but I also want to say that we're working with state and federal partners to find grant opportunities to reduce the cost of the desalination plant. Because yes, desalination, is, it can be more costly, but we're doing everything we can to mitigate, the cost of the plant. And then I'll try to move along. Almost. So this is a rendering of our desalination facility. So if anybody knows where Last Chance Mercantile is, it's basically going to be right there. So to put in very simple terms, the old Cemex site north of Marina in Monterey County land, that's where our wells will be. And so we'll then pipe the water across the street in basically over to by Last Chance Mercantile, where this facility will be. And we're going to treat it, and then we're going to send it down the street to Monterey One Water and use their existing outfall pipe. So that's basically the logistics of our plant. So there are some of the conditions by the Coastal Commission. NPDES permit, National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System. So we're working on, and we're clicking off some of the conditions to meet to make sure that our discharge is as friendly as possible. Outfall improvements, I mentioned, dune habitat. So the reason why Calian was selected as a partner in the original project is because we are going to go into this heavy industrial site of its Cemex sand mining facility. We're going to go in and we're going to remediate that site. We're going to go through, we're going to put in, wayfinding paths, and we're going to give access to a section of beach that hasn't had access for many years because it's been a private heavy industrial site. We're going to remediate that, and we're going to, and so we're working so we're going to have construction constraints and during the snowy plover season to make sure we don't impact the birds, the nature there. So, a lot of these things are taken into consideration for the project. We're going out to bid, and I can touch on the timeline a little bit, but value engineering, we are making sure to make it as cost effective as possible. And so I'll go to the next slide.
How many slides do we have left?
I think this is the last one.
Perfect. Okay.
I'm trying to go quickly.
No, you're good. You're good.
So this is a general timeline, and the reason I'm adding Pure Water Monterey on there is because it's real important to talk about the other projects that are in the works right now too, because we're not working in a silo here. Desalination is not the only solution here. So it's important to mention that Pure Water Monterey expansion is due to come online, and so there's a lot of discussion about source water. Is there enough source water to provide the needs for the future? And Pure Water Monterey should provide almost enough, but it's not going to be quite enough on a long term to provide the housing needs so that you and other jurisdictions can comply with the RENA obligations, the housing obligations you have. They simply can't be met without desalination. And the fact that we're a drought proof, there's no water source issues with the desalination project. So we expect to be finalized with our permits and comply with our conditions in the next couple of years by the end of 2025. And then about 2 years after that, we should be, it'll take about 2 years to construct, and we expect to be done end of 2027, early 2028. And we'll finally have a drought-proof, resilient water supply for our communities. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you for the
questions about anything?
Thank you for the presentation. Bring it to the council for any questions. Councilman Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Just for my own education, would you mind, let me take a step back. You include a lot of historical information in your presentation. Would you mind highlighting what are the, what do you see as the updates, say, for the past 12 months? Like, what do you, from your presentation, really see as updates since your last presentation?
Well, since the last we're making progress on the conditions. We've actually, and then there's been progress with Pure Water in Monterey since that time has been expanded. And a lot of it is the conversation about source water. There's been quite a bit of discussion about source water, and it's been corroborated the fact that the desal is needed, and that and since that time we now have more progress on the outfall pipe. We're making improvements to that. The NPDES permit has been refined since then, and the and that's basically it, that we have made progress on some of the special environmental conditions. And yeah, that's essentially it.
Thank you again for the presentation. I want to be clear on a couple things. I'm trying to figure out whether I heard this correctly, that your customers who use more water pay a higher rate.
Yes.
So a family that has 5 or 6 children would be paying a higher rate. Is that correct?
Well, not necessarily. It depends on the water use. You know, for example, I've got a family of 4, and I've got a yard and things like that. And I know people for a fact who use significantly, more water than me with only a couple people. So it really, it's not the family size. It's more the practices that the family would use. So, it's not just that cut and dry that, if you have children, you're being penalized, I think is the implication. And that's not the case. If there's low income people can find relief with us, but I know people who, it's really water practices is the true impact.
Okay. But I would venture to say that if you have more kids, you're going to be using more water, even if you practice differently and more conservatively. But that's another conversation. So the other thing was, I understood that the wells are going to be next to the Last Chance Mercantile by region. Is that correct?
The desalination plant will be. The wells are going to be over next to our existing test well that's over there by the
Okay.
Cenex facility, and then the plant will be over.
the plant will be over
constructed
there.
next to the Last Chance.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, I wonder if you could say more about the carbon-free energy, because I'm sure you're aware desal is very energy intensive, and I'm wondering what kind of energy you're going to be using.
Yeah, of course, we looked into a solar field, for example, to use solar, but solar takes up a lot of place. I mean, our site is not large enough to even get close to the amount of need that we have. So we're part of Central Coast Community Energy to use renewable energy sources. So that's what we're partnering with them to get use renewable water energy sources.
So you're going to be purchasing from Central Coast Community Energy?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you mentioned affordability, and one of my concerns with the current rate structure, as you know, is businesses pay a flat fee, and there's a tiered structure, of course, for residents. And that was sort of imposed as a way to try and promote conservation. When the desal is built, would we be going back to a per unit cost so that everyone's actually paying the same rate for the water they're using, or will we continue to be subsidizing businesses?
Well, I don't know if we're subsidizing business, but we'll still continue with the tiered rate structure. That's part of one of the California Coastal Commission conditions, was to make sure that we continue to make sure that we can keep water affordable for lower income people and businesses that inherently use more. Quite often,
Do you think that there would be a tiered structure, though, for businesses? Because right now there's not a tiered structure. At least there wasn't as of a few years ago.
Yeah, that I don't know, to be honest with you. I can find out and get back to you. I don't know about the commercial rates as well as the residential as our primary concern right now.
Okay, thank you very much.
I just have one question, at least for now. How does CalAm plan to handle the cost associated for ratepayers associated with the construction of the desal when it won't be operating at full efficiency, at least for the first several years, maybe even decades of after its construction?
Well, so the cost, surface water is the cheapest, so getting it from the river. So we're gonna maximize our, we do it anyway, but there's an obligation legally for us to take the cheapest water first. So we're going to maximize our surface water from the Carmel River, and then you got the Seaside Basin water, and then you got Monterey 1 water would be the next tier, if you will, of water that we're going to maximize. Then only after that would be the desal water, which is the most costly. So the water we need after that is when we're going to use the desal water.
But isn't it a fixed cost? Like the ratepayers will bear the cost of the construction of the desal plant. If we're not using that water, we're still paying for it. Is that correct?
Some of it, but it'll be a capital expense to Cal-Am that we're gonna, it's an investment in the system, in the water system here. So we're gonna be, it's an investment. So some of that will be passed on. But this is the thing about why it's the benefit of, not to digress somewhat, why it's good to have a private water system, because we're highly regulated by the CPUC. So we can't just arbitrarily pass along costs that aren't justified for the community. We can't say, hey, we're going to do whatever we want and just pass it on. We have to justify that to the CPUC because we're highly regulated. Whereas if it was a public entity, it would just be some board would make the decision, say, hey, we need this and to be done. And that's the benefit of being privately owned. And so Cal-Am or American Water rather, is the country's largest, most successful water company. So we have the economies of scale to invest in these projects. And so.
Perfect. All right. Thank you. With that, we will open it up for public comment. So I'm going to describe how this works just for folks that might be listening in or present here today that haven't been at a recent council meeting. So I'm going to ask for everybody who wants to speak during public comment to identify yourself, whether you're in person or online. Once you've identified yourself, we're going to close the opportunity for folks to add yourself to speak on public comments on this item. So you have to identify yourself at the beginning. So I'm going to go ahead and start in the chamber. And I ask for folks to either identify yourself by either standing in line, like these individuals are, or raise your hand. So we have 4 folks standing. I don't see any hands up. So only these 4 folks in the chamber wish to speak on this item?
I would make clear it's for the presentation.
That's correct. Yes, it's just for this presentation. It's not general public comments. Thank you. Okay, so we have 1. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. All right, I'm going to check online real quick before we go into the chamber. So for folks on Zoom, if they want to speak on the presentation that was just given by Cal-Am, please use the raise hand function. I'm going to do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. We have 4 online and 1 in the chamber. So at this point, we're going to cut off the opportunity for anybody else to speak on this item, and we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Oh, thank you. Jean Rash. I just have a question, and I know it's not a dialogue and that the representative probably can't answer, but David Schmalz had a really good article a couple of years ago about Cal-Am water. And perhaps you were alluding to the answer, but my question would be, has Cal-Am fixed I think it was number 3 and number 4 pump so that the aquifer storage and recovery can be at optimum capacity, which to me would be 100%. So when we have these really wet years, we're getting 100% of the runoff that we can rather than 50%. So you can talk to me later.
Good question. Okay, and with that, we'll go to our folks on Zoom.
Yes, the first hand is Phil. I'll call on Phil.
Hi, this is Melody Chrislock, Public Water Now on Phil's computer. Cal-Am's presentation today is premature. One of the big conditions the Coastal Commission put on Cal-Am was for the CPUC to decide whether this was needed or not. Right now, the peninsula's water supply and its demand are being argued at the CPUC. The question before the CPUC is simple. Does our future demand require more water than the Pure Water Monterey expansion can deliver? The answer is no. With the expansion, which will be completed next year, you will have enough water for 30 years of growth. No desal needed. But Cal-Am keeps trying to shove this down our throats. Cal-Am has already spent over $200 million on their desal project, and now it's not needed. They are desperate to force this through to recoup their investment. To make their case at the CPUC, they have underestimated our current supply and vastly overestimated our future demand. peninsula's demand has been dropping steadily for the last 10 years. Last year, we used a little more than 9,000 acre feet. 3 experts have testified to the CPUC that 25 years from now, we will need approximately 11,000 acre feet. But CalAm claims we will need 14,500 acre feet. If you think more water is always better, think again. Do you really want to pay for that water when it won't be needed for 30 to 50 years, but you pay for it right now? The CPUC Public Advocate's Office estimates that CalAm's desal would raise our water bills by 50 to 70%. They are one of the 6 interveners in the CPUC Phase 2 supply and demand proceeding. They have the public's interest as their charge. They have no axe to grind, no horse in this race. Their expert research shows that desal will not be needed for decades. When Josh Stratton says that the CPUC is regulating CalAm, often people that know the situation laugh at this because the CPUC is the poster child for what you call regulatory capture, where the agency that's supposed to be regulating CalAm is basically captured by them. So we'll see what the CPUC decides. Right now, a judge is looking at this at the CPUC and will make a proposed decision probably in the next couple months. So we'll see. Let's hope the CPUC goes on the facts and not on political pressure like the Coastal Commission did. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Susan.
Thank you. I'm sorry I could unmute. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just want to reiterate what Melody Crislock just said. Please do your own research on what has been told to you by CalAm. The Coastal Commission granted very conditional approval of their desal project, and it's premature to say that it's a done deal. This is being discussed at the CPUC right now, as she said, and the hearings are underway. A decision's going to be happening this fall. CalAm also has to seek CPUC approval for the current project, which is much more expensive than the one they approved in 2018. And yes, their supply and demand numbers are faulty, saying that we need 14,480 acre feet by 2050. And when questioned at the recent hearings, they could not say how they arrived at this number. In fact, they've conflated the numbers by double and triple counting, adding lots of record, tourism bounce back, RENA housing, and Pebble Beach entitlements to AMBAG's population and growth forecast. But all of those are already in the AMBAG forecast. The Monterey Peninsula Water Management District analysis shows we need 10,599 acre feet by 2050, about 1,500 acre feet more. The Public Advocate's Office and Peter Mayer, a national forecasting expert, are within a few hundred feet of MPWMD's estimate. There's simply no demand for the amount of water CalAm projects. In fact, as Melody said, our demand has gone down for 10 years, including the last 3 years, and that includes droughts. In fact, MPWMD just did a study last night revealing that the total current water supply in the ground as of May 1st is 30,920 acre feet. And Pure Water Monterey expansion completed next year will provide an additional 2,250 acre feet for a total supply for demand of 11,810 feet available. CalAm does not consider how the extreme cost of water from the desal will affect demand. They argue that customers will use more water at any cost if available. Ask all the seniors who have buckets under their spouts and faucets how this is going to affect them at 50 to 70% higher in their water bills. It negates marketplace principles and the environmental justice issues for lower income ratepayers who will bear this huge burden. The Coastal Commission admitted there is no remedy for this. Incidentally, customers also subsidize the income assistance program as well as businesses. Please read the CPUC testimonies and the updated supply and demand information at the MPWMD website. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. The next speaker is Esther.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to say I moved here 23 years ago, And there was talk about desal back then. And as a new resident, I was expecting something to happen because we were already paying for that desal that was coming our way back then. And here we are still talking about it 23 years later, and still nothing has been produced. So I just don't understand how CalAm can keep talking about doing this and has yet to come up with an actual product after all this time. There is no excuse for us to be paying the highest water rates in the country. Zero. I have friends that live in Arizona, in Phoenix. They are paying less for water than we are. They have all their fountains flowing, the decorative fountains in the cities. I don't understand how that's possible and how CalAm actually has the nerve to come and say that they are working in the public's best interest. The CPUC clearly does not care for any of the input that they get from the consumers. I have attended multiple meetings. They are just for optics. Over the years, they have constantly given them every rate increase that they ask for, regardless of the fact that consumers have lowered uses over the years, and we get punished for lowering our usage with higher rates. So I just think this is a serious problem that we have with utilities that are not for profit. I mean, utilities are companies that provide residents and jurisdictions with a need, and it shouldn't be a priority to make profits off of for the board of directors and others. So I agree with the previous two speakers that there has to be more digging into what the claims were made by the representative today in this meeting. Thank you.
And lastly, we have a telephone caller with the last three digits, 312. You'll need to dial *6 to go ahead, please.
Yes, good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Margaret Ann Coppernall speaking. Not being exposed to the public is the fact that CalAm explicitly plans, per its CPUC Certified Environmental Impact Report, to extract its source water from the Salinas Valley groundwater basin's critically overdrafted dune sands and 180 400-foot aquifers, not the ocean. CalAm wants to proceed from its 70% reduction from the Carmel River to 100% extraction from the Salinas Valley groundwater basin via experimental slat wells that are proven to be designed to induce seawater intrusion. This subterfuge is the unconscionable reason CalAm obfuscates its true malevolent intentions to destroy Marina Coast Water Districts and the California Sustainable Groundwater Management Act's mandated requirement to restore and preserve the Salinas Valley groundwater basin aquifers to sustainable levels by 2040. CalAm's project deliberately decimates these aquifers, thereby justifying its maniacal push to force its desalination project on the Monterey Peninsula and disadvantaged communities at exorbitant costs and most assuredly planned ruination of Marina's potable water supply. CalAm's project provides not a single drop of water to Marina. Where is the concern for environmental justice? Let's support Monterey One Waters, Monterey Peninsula Water Management Districts, and Marina Coast Water Districts' genuine, beneficial, creative accomplishments in providing ample, sustainable, present, and future water supplies. Thank you so much, and God bless you in all your work.
Thank you to all of our public commenters on this item. I think there was one question that came up. If I missed others, please let me know. But I think there was one question about the ASR pumps 3 and 4, maximum utility of those. So Josh, if you want to come up and maybe answer that question and any kind of closeout comment you might have.
Sure. Thanks for the opportunity to respond. Yeah, those pumps have been fixed, and this was actually our third most successful ASR year ever this year. And one thing to consider when the river has to be at a very high flow before we can start doing ASR, and quite often when that happens, the power's out. Our people have to go down there, bit generators to get these pumps working next to the river, working 24 hours a day. That's what our people are doing during these times of high rain and these heavy rainfall. So our people work really hard, and we have a very successful partnership with the district, Monterey Water Management District, for our ASR program. We're really proud of that.
Perfect.
So the pumps have been fixed.
Awesome. Thank you for that response. I again appreciate everybody's public comments. I agree. I think it's maybe a little bit too early to tell in regards to what direction things go on. This is a very contentious issue, and I don't want to go into a whole debate about it. But I think Melody Crislock spoke it well. I think the CPUC's phase 2 hearing is going to, I think, be very telling in regards to where the numbers reside and what that means as far as how things move forward. So stay tuned for all those that are paying attention to the water politic debate. But thank you, Josh, for coming down and giving the presentation today. And with that, I'm going to move us along here and go to general public comments. So this is for items that are not on today's agenda. I'm going to ask for folks in the chamber first to see who wants to speak. So if you wouldn't mind either standing up next to the podium or identify yourself by raising your hand. So I see 3 hands up, all next to each other. And I see, excuse me. Woo! Should have took my allergy medication this morning. So we have 4 in the chamber. Anybody else? Gina, are you going to speak in general public comment? Yes. So we have 5 in the chamber. So we have the 3 individuals sitting here next to each other and these 2 folks standing. Anybody else in the chamber? All right. Okay. Oh. So just double checking on the 3. I know that you all are working on the Highway 68 related things. Are your public comments in relation to that? Okay, this is on the agenda, so I would ask for you to hold tight on your comments if it's related to Highway 68 until then. So do you still want to speak during general public comments for things that aren't on the agenda? Okay, all right, so we have 2 in the chamber then. All right, let's check online. We'll do a countdown for folks to use the raise hand function via Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 4 up online. I'm gonna, if the council's okay with that, I want to keep to the 15 because we have a couple of other items on the agenda that I want to get to. So
2 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay, so we're gonna go to 2 minutes. Please, sir.
When I'm cut to 2 minutes, the John Lennon man here, I have not got enough time to talk about my plans for the John Lennon murder evidence. So let me talk about your homosexuality, Mr. Mayor. I understand you're a homosexual. You have a partner. You're not a regular heterosexual. I don't really care about that kind of stuff, but maybe the people of Monterey do. But you can count every time I'm cut to 2 minutes that I will not be talking about my John Lennon murder stuff. I'll be talking about things that embarrass you, for example. Meanwhile, the city has got not too long before I move into Utah. And then the glory and the grandeur of this John Lennon murder evidence will be out of California's hands and into more responsible hands from the middle of America. See, you're not going to be able to tell the rest of the people of America that you didn't have the evidence you needed, that I wasn't serious, that I didn't have hard proof. No, you can't say that. My evidence proves I have all of that. So the bone of contention here is, where's your character in Monterey? Are you a bunch of turncoats? Are you a bunch of wash-ups, washouts, pinkos, pink-blooded Americans without any real spine or class? Have you no character at all? Are you going to let Stephen King urinate all over you like that? Kill John Lennon, cause your teenagers to commit suicide and kill each other in school with shootings? What kind of people are you? What kind of people are you? Well, we know you just killed 34,000 Palestinians with our bombs. And at least your students are protesting, but meanwhile, I'm the only one protesting. Why Stephen King must die. And you all better find out why. He killed John Lennon. Thank you.
Jean Rash, Monterey Vista. It is only my deep commitment to the First Amendment that prevents me from screaming at that man. And Mayor, I just apologize on behalf of the public that you have to go through that. It's just unconscionable. Now I get to jump on you. This will be the fourth or fifth time, including when Mayor Clyde was mayor, that I've spoken against the mayor being the only person interviewing candidates for nomination to commissions and committees. I know council's members' time is precious, but there should be a system where the interview schedule is shared among council members to voluntarily sign up to be the second interviewer. This might be particularly important to council members in districts appointing NCIP reps from their district. Additionally, it is very problematic that the public is denied access to these interviews. I have asked, I've been denied by Mayor Williamson. I think there should be light on all our processes. This is a democratic republic. We should be included. Cut to the chase. As to MPI interviews, there's a huge breach and a gross misunderstanding of NCIP. To quote the 2021 NCIP policy, and reflecting back on the start in 1985, the City Council authorized the formation of NCIP committee. The NCIP committee was comprised of the various residential neighborhood association presidents or their representatives. Lest you think this is a misunderstanding, in the 2012 NCIP policy said the same thing. NCIP committee was comprised of the various residential neighborhood association presidents or their representatives. These were not nominated to the City Council by the mayor. It's totally inappropriate that you're doing the whole nomination process. On page 11 in the 2012, by the third Friday of September, each neighborhood association must submit to the MPI coordinator a letter signed by an officer of the association board with the names of the proposed rep and alternate. And from the 2019 grand jury report, each neighborhood chooses one representative and an alternate to serve on the MPI committee. Each representative is then approved by council.
Okay, thank you. We will go online now.
First, I'll call in a telephone caller with the last three digits, 837.
Hi, Brian Rosen here. You know, I was walking down by the wharf, one of my favorite trees, older than any of us, a big sycamore tree was cut down. Very sad. It got no kind of public hearing, no chance for us to say goodbye to it, just unceremoniously cut down. Beautiful tree, giving us so much beauty. You know, maybe it was leaning a little. You know, it's hard to tell with trees. My mom's yard, we had a big pine tree that was leaning like crazy. And we had our arborist, my niece's boyfriend, husband at the time, come by, and it was fine. And it did not fall during the 11-inch storm, but other trees have fallen that are straight. I think it's a good idea to get more than one opinion. Some arborists are crazy about cutting trees. And can we have some kind of notice on the tree? I think a tree deserves a hearing. I think there deserves to be some kind of notice to the public and some kind of hearing. I think I shall never see a poem lovely as a tree. Trees enrich our lives so much in so many ways, oxygen, spiritually. So I'm very disappointed. And I'm very disappointed in all those beautiful big cypress trees were removed so Monterey Fisherman's Wharf parking lot could have more room for cars. And obviously now they're putting little tiny trees because it's easier to clean up. It makes me very sad. It's losing so much beauty. Monterey doesn't seem to like trees. They like wood chips and small plants. It just makes me so sad. I have another item to talk about, but I don't know how much more time we have. But I would like to invite Ed Smith to come out to the proposed surf busway and ride with me on the road. And he'll see there's only 2 hours of traffic. That's a problem. And that nobody's going to use it. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Tammy.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. This is Tammy Jennings, Monterey resident. Just want to say a couple things about the handicap beach mats. When it was approved by the NCIP, there were supposed to be 3 mat locations. They put 1 in, which was fine, except that the vendors or whoever from the beach house, when they had weddings and things, ruined the mat, and they put it on the other side of the building where there's lots of rocks and it's not being taken care of. And the handicap mat was supposed to go out to the hard pan, and right now it's doesn't even go much past the edge of the building. Anyway, I'm just hoping that sooner or later all of that will get addressed and that the access to the beach will be better for people in wheelchairs. That's it. Thank you.
And I'll just pass off to Tammy real quick. If you can share your comments. Oh, you have it? Okay. I understand that staff has that, so they'll follow up with you. Thank you. Thank you, Nat.
Next, Esther.
Hello again. I want to echo Jean Rash's opening comment. I know I'm not alone in saying that I can't wait until that guy moves to Utah and just saves us the offensive comments every single council meeting that we have to sit through his nonsense. So anyway, I just wanted to say that I sat on a very interesting panel discussion last night in Salinas about their proposal to create a rent stabilization ordinance. And it was very well attended again by landlords, but not that many renters, because as we all know by now, just because renters don't show up to speak, they are not phantoms. They are just the ones that have consequences if they do show up. But I will say that the conversation there was actually pretty productive. So I have encouraged our council to watch the video that I sent of the town hall that they did, and there are others coming up that the city is doing. This one was actually put on by a property management company who has asked me for a one-on-one meeting because I had a suggestion for them on a possible compromise that I'll share with our city when it's time. But it does look like the renters are not going to be able to continue coming out, and they are the silent majority. So we've got to listen to them and not just the ones that turn out at these meetings. And the council does listen to them. Thank you.
And I believe that was our last. Oh, we have one more.
Tanya, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, members of the public. My name is Tanya Riss. I'm representing the Blue Zones Project, Monterey County. And I just wanted to drop in and share with you all that there was an event that we co-produced with your team in Monterey this past weekend called Spring into Wellness at the Casanova Oak Knoll Community Center on Saturday. And there was a couple different things going on there. We had 2 different movement classes. So low impact Pilates for seniors and a Zumba class. Of course, all were free and available for the folks that attended. There were several seniors there who really, really enjoyed the opportunity. We also had Kids Eat Right there, which is a great resource through Chomp Montage, sharing some recipes and other resources for folks looking for healthy ideas for families. But we were really thrilled to partner with you all in providing an opportunity for the community to utilize that great space We've got another event coming up at the end of summer there with you all on August 17th, and that will be a cooking demo. So we're really looking forward to that and just getting more folks out to enjoy some of these free resources for living healthier and happier in the community. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Tanya, for sharing that information. And with that, we will, yes, City Manager.
I know it's very unusual for me to speak up under this item, but 2 weeks ago, we had Mr. Lightford speak up again about a different topic. He was expressing his opinion about Jewish people and anti-Semitism remarks. Today he spoke about another topic, and I just want to thank Jean Rash. Last 2 weeks ago, we had no one speak up about that and express their concerns about this, and I just sit here always a little quiet, and I know the city attorney doesn't like me to talk about this right now, but it's very important that residents speak up, and 2 weeks ago, we heard after the remarks of Mr. Lightford about the Dutra Street issues there, which are totally appropriate to learn about it. But I want to thank Jean to spend 20 seconds or so of the 2 minutes today to speak about this. It's very important. We as staffer cannot comment on that, but the public should always speak up about this as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, City Manager. I'll echo your comments, and I don't want to make a whole conversation out of it because it's not on the agenda. But what I will say is that I recognize that I should have stopped the comments from last council meeting. Today's meeting, I was ready for it, and I think he was edging pretty close there. He didn't really actually say anything that specifically alluded to hate, which is why I let him continue. But you can feel the undertones there, especially if you're in the room. So I appreciate those that recognized the inappropriate nature of his comments, and rest assured, I'm going to keep an eye on him as he continues to make public comments, because I'm sure he's going to come again and not allow that to continue in the chambers. So with that being said, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. I have not been told any items to be pulled. Anybody on the council wish to pull anything? All right. We're going to go to get to the public. So this is an opportunity to speak about any of the items on the consent agenda or request an item to be pulled. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, we have nobody in the chamber. We'll check online, and I'll do a countdown for folks to use the raise hand function to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2 hands up. So we'll go ahead and get to those folks online.
First, let's hear from Tammy.
I'm sorry, I don't know why my hand's up. I can't even hear you. I'm trying to figure out why my phone's not working.
All right, thank you. We'll get the next caller. Next is Tanya.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Tanya Riss, again, on behalf of Blue Zones Project. I was just speaking in support of item number 9 on your consent agenda. Blue Zones Project has already submitted a letter of support for TAMPC's active transportation grant, which will hopefully garner funds to bring the next leg of the 4-tag trail through the seaside section of Laguna Grande Park. This is a very exciting opportunity, as it will not only connect with the Del Rey Oaks section, which is already underway, but it will also provide funds to close the North Fremont Gap, which I know you all in the city have been looking to address for quite some time. This, of course, is going to be critical in creating more opportunities for active transportation, safe biking and walking in the region and across multiple jurisdictions and parks and schools. So it's wonderful to see all this great work happening, and just very much in support of the great work that TAMPC is doing. Thank you.
Turn my mic off. Thank you, Tanya. Okay, we'll bring it back to the council for a motion and deliberation.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we will go on to our public hearing item number 11, levy assessments to fund Cannery Row, New Monterey, and North Fremont Business Improvement Districts. I'm not sure if it's possible. Can we have a condensed presentation on this one? Perfect. Thank you so much.
Do that.
Good to see you, Levi.
Good to see you as well.
And thank you for showing up to the, I don't even know what the event was called the other day.
Development Open House.
Development Open House.
Oh, thank you. Great. Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'll be brief with this. So yeah, we're here tonight for it's a two-step process to levy the assessment for our business improvement districts. So the first step was to set the resolution of intent for the public hearing, which this council did on May 7th. And then tonight is the second step to actually conduct a public hearing where protest votes can be taken if applicable. I have 3 slides I'll quickly run through, just kind of summarizing each BID and their proposed work plan and the status of their funding. So first is the Cannery Row Business Improvement District, which charges 100% surcharge with a cap of $5,000 with the exception of offices, which are capped at $500. Here you see just a quick snapshot of what they have in their work plan, which was you saw submitted to you 2 weeks ago. And basically the results of the BID assessment is estimated at $142,000 assessment with the balance forward of $120,000. And then you see they intend to spend about $224,000 of that total in the next work year. So the next is the Lighthouse New Monterey Business District. They have a surcharge of 25%, which is considerably less than the Cannery Row, with a cap of $250,000. Here you see their proposed work plan before you, and then a BID assessment of $20,000, and then some event revenue, bringing their total available funds to $22,242. And then the last is going to be the North Fremont Business Improvement District. They also have a 25% surcharge with a $500 cap for their businesses. They have an estimated BID assessment for the year of $16,000, and then some additional revenue, and then a pretty healthy reserve that you see there as well, bringing their total available funds to a little over $121,000. And they anticipate spending about $28,000 of that in the next work year. And with that, staff is recommending that the council adopt a levy of assessment. It is a weighted protest vote if anyone does oppose. However, we have not received any protest votes at this time.
Okay.
Happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Levi. Any questions from the council? No questions. All right, let's take it out to the public. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, we'll check online. I'll do a countdown for folks to use the raise hand function to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have nobody online. So we'll bring it back to the council for, do we vote now? Okay, I don't know.
I make a motion.
Okay, moved. Is there a second? All right, moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And with that, we'll move on to requests from council members to agendize new matters. Item number 12, Councilmember Hoffa, budget for traffic safety study at Skyline Highway 68 intersection. And I just really quickly want to describe how this process is going to work. So the purpose of this item is for council to decide whether or not we want to agendize this for further discussion. And so we're not getting into a debate around whether it's the nuances of the policy proposal. We're just talking about whether or not we want to have further discussion on it, and hopefully have a little bit of discussion with staff in regards to time, what that looks like if we do decide to move forward, it coming back, and how that might impact our current work program. So with that, I will pass to Councilmember Hoffa for his presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So as you said, I'm not asking council for your vote for a specific plan. I'm not asking for a specific funding request. I am asking to agendize this for a conversation. I believe that our council drivers for public safety and to be responsive to residential concerns are both, captured by this request. We've heard numerous times from members of the Skyline Forest Safety Committee about their concerns with respect to the intersection at Skyline and 68. So there's definitely a residential response element here and a public safety element. So I've heard from Hans that how much this would cost should we go through might be more than I anticipated, which was based on the Caltrans regional director's suggestion. But so if this comes back, staff, I'm sure, would present us with kind of a more complete cost estimate, and we could debate that at that time. So I respectfully ask to agendize this for future discussion.
Okay, any questions from our colleagues here? Could we just clarify what your number was versus what staff maybe shared?
Yeah, so the number that we were presented with from the regional director of Caltrans was a study of this sort might cost something like $25,000. Hans indicated to me yesterday that it might be quite a bit more than that. So I don't necessarily want to get into that right now because I think that would be more appropriate for a full agenda.
Okay. I'm just going to share a thought since we're on the topic. I think it is somewhat helpful because if we're talking about $150,000 and staff doesn't feel like we have that, then maybe there's no purpose of directing staff to do some work towards re-agendizing this. But if we do think it's something that might be something we could consider in work within our budget, then I would absolutely love to see this come back. So I think it is helpful and relevant. And so I'm maybe just checking with you, Hans, in regards to your thoughts and feedback as far as where we're at with this. So
Yeah.
we can make a good kind of consideration on how to move forward today.
I asked Andrea to share the cost with you or the estimate. Andrea, as you know, is not only our public works director, she's also our former city traffic engineer. And so she has a pretty good idea about what Caltrans expect us to do, which is an
intersection control
intersection
evaluation.
control study. So with that, I ask her to please.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Good afternoon. So Caltrans did perform a signal warrant at that intersection. Maybe I don't have the details of what they quoted, but maybe they're talking about another signal warrant evaluation. What we were discussing is Caltrans, before you proceed with any preliminary engineering or design, they require an intersection control evaluation. And that, depending on the complexity, can be between $150 plus $1,000. So what that does is it evaluates the intersection on whether the installation of a roundabout would be better than a signal. So it does evaluate the intersection as a whole.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Any other questions while we're here?
Yeah, I guess I would just say, I hope we do move forward with agendizing this. As you could hear, I think there's some uncertainty about what Caltrans is actually asking from us. So if we agendize this, that would give our staff the direction to actually interface with Caltrans and figure out what it is they're asking of us. I will say that we were told that Caltrans really hasn't shown much interest in this project because their impression was the city wasn't interested in this and the city council wasn't interested in this. So at a minimum, I think we want to let them know this is something we're interested in. We are concerned about safety there.
Dr. Barber?
Just a quick comment. I do agree with my colleague that I feel it warrants more conversation and more in-depth information because some of this is, there's some discrepancies. And so I'd like to find out more about the discrepancies so that we can have a fuller conversation about it, especially because it's dealing with safety.
So I agree. And just for maybe some efficiency here so that we're not giving an indication that we're not willing to have the conversation, I think if we can maybe give some clear direction to staff in regards to diving into this conversation to figure out what that cost looks like. And then maybe we can bring it back at that time before kind of moving the ball forward beyond that so we can see if it's worthy of diving in deeper there. Does that seem reasonable, Hans? Okay, I'm getting a head nod, yes. All right, any other questions, comments from council at this point? All right, so we'll take it out to the public for public comment. Anybody wish to speak on this item? So we have 3. I think we have, for time's sake, I just ask us to maybe try to keep our conversations brief, but know that I think we do have general consensus on moving forward. So if that's at all helpful. So we have one at the mic and we have the three that are here from the neighborhood association. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on this item? So we just have the four. All right. 3, 4, 5. Okay, we have 5 in the chamber, and then we're going to check online. I'm going to do a countdown for folks to use a raise hand function to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 1 online, so we have 6 total. We've allocated 15 minutes. So does that bring us back to 2 minutes? 2 minutes. Okay, so we'll give everybody 2 minutes.
Okay. Jean Rash, speaking as the Monterey Vista Neighborhood Association president. Our board came in support of agendizing this. Thank you.
I only get 2 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Robin Dominer. I've been here before, and I represent the Skyline Safety Committee. And we are requesting the city to fund an in-depth study, not a traffic light or anything. We are not asking for that. We're asking for a study to come up with a reason to make this intersection safer. We are not traffic engineers. For the past 4 years, we've come to city council meetings. We did the budget meeting not too long ago. We've met with Caltrans, many of our neighbors, concerned citizens that are all on the same page with this. We have corresponded with many city, county, and state officials over the past 4 years. And Caltrans and the city suggested that we take a study, a survey, and we created that. And we had a survey that went out. We had 2 questions on the survey. The first one was, I support a safety study being performed, yes or no? The second one was, have you ever felt unsafe turning right or left at that intersection, yes or no? We have had an unbelievable response. Yes, 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 yes. And also the comments that were solicited at the bottom were also the same thing over and over and over again. And with that, I will have Lori Calvary. She has the statistics on that study that we just had done. And last night, we were actually on KION TV news at 10 o'clock on this particular thing, saying that the city council was going to review this for the safety of Monterey residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin.
Hello, my name is Lori Calvary, and I'm here to provide the results of the survey that we sent out. We emailed out 500 surveys, 36 printed surveys. As of today, we've received 131 responses. 98.5% of those who responded support a survey. 89.2% feel unsafe at the intersection. Common threads in the comments from people: it's a very dangerous intersection, especially when turning left, both from Skyline onto 68 and from 68 onto Skyline. If you need to get to Chomp in an emergency, it can be very difficult to do, since making a left turn can take several minutes. Many people will not even consider turning left onto Skyline, from Skyline onto 68. They will drive all the way down to Monterey and get on 68 that way. The wait and backup of traffic make this intersection more dangerous because drivers take unsafe risks that could result in an accident. Of the respondents, 4 have actually been in accidents at that intersection. That's 4 people out of 131. If you wish to see more of the results and the comments, I am more than willing to provide that access to you online. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Catherine Chen. I am an attorney, and I do represent the Safety Committee. Now, this Safety Committee was formed out of fear. We had no one to go to to ask for help with that intersection, and our neighbors were consistently being hurt at that intersection. What we did was we began with a review. We went back 20 years to look at how many requests had been made for safety intervention at that intersection. All of you should have received this last year. It's the report that we made, along with 50 exhibits, critical exhibits that we collected over the past 20 years. This report is embarrassing to many members of our local government. The names and their non-responses are cataloged in here. We were very careful about who we distributed this to because we didn't intend to embarrass anyone. We just wanted to find out why no one would respond to the neighborhood's request for safety. The report is 8 pages long, and it was given to the regional director, Peter Hendricks at Caltrans, who has worked with us for the past 4 years. Now we are at a point where we have done everything that the city has asked us to do over the last 2 years. We've complied with every request, and we need to move forward on this. Let me explain to you that we did not do this survey haphazardly. We used a professional statistician, Dr. Matt Schultz, to consult with us on the survey itself before it went out. We then went to the Monterey County Voter Election Board, and we presented our application and gave them a legal brief on the reasons, and they granted our request.
Sorry, that's your time. I
And
apologize.
your 13, the next thing on your agenda. is no longer valid because we
Okay,
So thank you for your help.
thank you.
Hi, I'm Nancy Sule, and I actually live in Old Town. And I wanted you to be aware that it's not just the Skyline neighborhood, but those of us that are below Skyline, but would be using, say, Jefferson to Veterans Boulevard to get to Chomp. This is a real critical intersection for the safety and the health of us and many of the seniors. For instance, living where I do on Larkin near Jefferson, I hear probably, and Tyler, you probably hear too, 2 or 3 times a week an EMT going up the hill. Now, they may be going to the convalescent hospital there, which houses a lot of the seniors that have health issues. They may be going directly to Chomp, but the probability is they're going for medical necessity. Timing could be of the real essence in saving people's lives. I do not feel safe making a left turn from that intersection. I will avoid it, and luckily I can many times. One thing I do hope when you consider a study is that you consider having a study that includes the timing of commuter traffic, which greatly impacts it, to include nighttime, because visibility there's 2 S curves, so you cannot see until traffic is almost upon you from either side, right or left. You don't have a long visibility. So I would request that you include nighttime and also fog. I was given the survey by friends and completed it and gave my support. And the very next day, it was foggy. You could not see hardly anything from that intersection. We need something with lights. We need something that warns people that there is cross traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll take it online now.
Esther, you're next. Go ahead, please.
Hi again. So Esther Malkin, speaking as the president of the Laguna Grande Neighborhood Association. I 100% agree with this. As a frequent driver of that area, it is very dangerous. I applaud the neighborhood for doing the survey and having the ability to get that much participation. I would like to bring up the fact that my neighborhood on Casanova Avenue has been going through a decade of trying to get our speed taken care of on that street. And we got it passed through NCIP to put our radar signs up that we wanted, but because of an outdated detail that we have to have residents that are adjacent to where the sign would go, we have basically wasted our time for a decade because we can't get them to agree to it for absolutely no just reason. We believe that that is an outdated policy and that when it is something that has to do with safety, it should supersede what a resident seems to think would be unattractive or whatever reason that they are giving us, which none are valid. And, you know, hopefully these guys are going to have much better luck because Caltrans is involved. I'll also point out the fact that we have a $10 million roundabout there. How come when that was done, it wasn't taken a little further up the road to see what problems they needed to take care of that were also there, just happened not to be at the entrance of Pebble Beach? Thank you.
Okay, and I think that's the end of our public comment, so I'll bring it back to the council. Is there a motion or any other deliberation? Absolutely.
I just, first of all, I wanted to thank folks who came here in person and online to provide their comments. And I think as I, speak with residents throughout various neighborhoods in the city, I hear also concerns, complaints about areas that feel unsafe to them. But typically it doesn't go beyond just a concern or a statement of concern or just yes, concern. For a group of individuals to organize and do the due diligence and come to council meeting to express their concern, I think the very least that we can do is move this forward and explore the possibilities. So I support the motion.
Is that a motion?
Actually, yes, sorry. I support it and I will make the motion to, do we need a motion?
I haven't heard a motion yet, so.
You don't need a motion. You need two people to say they bring it forward. That's all. So we had with Dr. Barber and Ellen already. So, but I'm just saying our governance says if two people say it, it gets forward. Consensus is fine. No resolution needed. Motion needed. But
okay,
it doesn't hurt if you bring a motion forward. I don't think anybody objects, but
nope. If we're good, we're good. We're good.
we're good.
Okay. Item number 13, do we want to?
Yeah, I just want to confirm. So it sounds like the safety committee got authorization to get access to be able to do that survey. So I will withdraw that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all for the work that you're doing to help us move this along. And we're glad to be a partner in this to try to figure out how we can make this work. So thank you for the efforts. All righty. And with that, we will, sorry, give me 1 second here. I'm going to ask if anybody has public comment on closed session agenda items. We have 3 items. First is labor negotiations with all of our labor groups. The second is property negotiations with 401 Pearl Street. And the last one is anticipated litigation for 2 cases, transient occupancy tax audit deficiency finding disputes with Casa, Moonross, and Monterey Bay Inn. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on these items? Anybody? All right, I'm not seeing anybody. Let's check online. Use the raise hand, raise hand function on Zoom. Do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, nobody online. And with that, we'll go ahead and recess for closed session. I'm going to do a countdown.
Recording in progress.
Welcome, everybody, to today's council meeting, Tuesday, May 21st, 2024. It's our regular council meeting for the evening session. And I will ask our colleague here, Councilmember Garcia, to kick us off with the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Councilmember Garcia. All right. General public comments. This is a continuation from the afternoon session for items that are not on today's agenda. If anybody wants to speak for general public comments, so anything non-cannabis related. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All righty. You guys want to get to the meat of it here. Anybody online, I'll do a countdown for folks to use the raise hand function to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have one person online, so we'll go. Oh. We have one. Okay, let's go ahead and take that one caller.
Calling on Thomas.
I'm sorry, council, this is a cannabis related comment. Should I speak now or?
Nope, we're gonna hold off until that item comes up.
Apologies, thank you.
No worries. Thank you. All righty. So with that, we'll bring it back to the council and ask staff for announcements from closed session, please.
Okay, I'll be as quick as I can here. On item number 1, conference with agency labor negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 for labor negotiations. Negotiators are Brett Neal and Gina Russo. Employee organizations are General Employees of Monterey, Management Employees Association, Monterey Police Association, Police Lieutenants Management Association, Monterey Firefighters Association, Monterey Fire Chiefs Association, Monterey Executive Managers Management Employees Association. On a roll call vote of 401, confidential with Councilmember Smith absent, confidential direction was given to labor negotiators. On item number 3, closed session conference with real property negotiators, 401 Pearl Street with agency negotiators Kimberly Cole and Jana Aldretti and negotiating parties Montgomery Roth and Richard Snelling, Monterey Waves LLC. On a 401 vote with Councilmember Smith absent, confidential direction was given to property negotiators. And last but not least, on the conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2E2, 2 cases, transient occupancy tax audit deficiency finding disputes with Casa Munros and Monterey Bay Inn. On a 401 vote with Councilmember Smith absent, confidential direction was given to legal counsel. That concludes our closed session report out.
Thank you, Nat. Appreciate that. And with that, we'll go to our public appearance. Item number 14, approved selection committee recommendation to issue storefront retail cannabis business permits contingent upon successful obtainment of a zone clearance to 1, Monterey Responsible and Compliant Retail LLC, 2, Element 7 SF4 LLC, 3, Monterey Pacific Retail Holding Inc., and 4, OTC Monterey LLC, and establish a wait list for the remaining 4 applicants. With that, I'll pass it to staff for presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With that, I ask our management analyst, Mark Ackerman, to make the staff presentation.
Yep. Thank you. I'll be taking the first part of the presentation. Nat Rojanasthera, Assistant City Manager, and as Hans mentioned, Mark Ackerman, our Management Analyst. And I'll provide the overview. Mark will go through the process of how we went about the cannabis permit application process with the selection committee and with the selection committee's recommendations. So as you can see here on the screen, we'll be covering 3 aspects of the overview for you today. The first is the process overview. The second is an update on where we are with the current phase. And Mark will go through the details on the selection committee recommendations. This is, you're very familiar probably with this cannabis roadmap timeline. We are currently on step 4, and there are several, as many of you know, we started this process a number of years ago, gathered feedback from the community, which largely supports cannabis retail operations here in the city of Monterey. And council decided in 2021 to move forward based on community consensus. And now we're at the launch point. This is a overview of our original appointment process timeline. And as you can see here, the application period opened up in late December and went into late January. We completed application phase 1, and this is a completeness check and a determination of eligibility that was conducted by our cannabis consultant. That's SCI Consulting Group. We also completed phase 2, which is the application evaluation and review. And followed by that, interviews took place with the selection committee comprised of Mayor Williamson and Vice Mayor Barber. And we are before you today with the final recommendation and award of a permit contingent on a zone clearance. So phase 1, we received 13 applications rather. They were checked for completeness and eligibility. 12 moved forward. And they were ranked, as I mentioned earlier, by SCI Consulting. And based on the city's ordinance and the city's process, the top 8 ranked applicants moved forward to the selection committee comprised of the mayor and vice mayor. And before you tonight is the final recommendation to council. As many of you know, phase 3 was completed by the selection committee, and we now have before you 4 permits recommended and as well as a wait list, which is consists of 4 additional individuals or firms on the wait list there. So here, I'm going to go ahead and pass it on to Mark. He'll go through the scoring criteria and the process by which the selection committee made their recommendations before you.
All right, so we have in front of you the scoring criteria overview. So you can see how each piece was weighted. So we had qualification of owners at 20%, business plan at 20%, security plan at 20%. So those were all the big hitters. And then storage and transportation plan, 5%, labor and employment plan, 10%, local enterprise and engagement plan at 15%, and sustainability at 10%. So here we'll go through each of the individual scoring results. This is what the selection committee scored as. As you can see, once again, the selection committee was comprised of the mayor and vice mayor. Here we have Monterey Responsible and Compliant Retail LLC operating as Embark, and they scored a total of 96%. That's the average of those 2 total scores there. And you can see the individual scores for each section there. We'll go to the next one. So then we have Element 7 SF4 operating as Element 7 with a score of 96%. You can see the individual scores there for the mayor and vice mayor. Here we have Monterey Pacific Retail Holdings Incorporated operating as Culture Cannabis Club, scoring 92.5%. Here we have OTC Monterey LLC operating as Off the Charts with a total of 88.75%. And now we're moving into the waitlist candidates here. So scoring results for Infinity Assets Monterey LLC. They did not provide an operating name as TBD. However, they scored at 86.25%. Then we have Monterey Organic LLC operating as Monterey Organic with a score of 81.13%. Monterey Retail Group Incorporated, also operating name TBD with a score of 71.5%. And then we have Dispo Monterey LLC operating as Dispo with a scoring total of 68.38%. All right, so the selection committee recommendation, they have chosen the following 4 applicants in order to recommend for the storefront retail cannabis business permit, contingent, of course, upon successful obtainment of a zone clearance. Number 1 was Embark, Monterey Responsible and Compliant Retail LLC. Number 2, Element 7 SF4 LLC. Number 3, Culture Cannabis Club, Monterey Pacific Retail Holdings Incorporated. And number 4, Off the Charts or OTC Monterey LLC. Here we have some of the storefronts and interiors of the top 4. Here we have some of them for Embark. And here you can see Element 7. There's Culture Cannabis Club. And then Off the Charts storefronts and interiors here. All right, so this is the City Code Section 77.12D, where it explains the wait list. And then the waitlist recommendation is as follows from the selection committee. So we have number 1, the waitlist Infinity Assets Monterey LLC. Number 2, Monterey Organic LLC. Number 3, Monterey Retail Group Incorporated. And number 4, Dispo Monterey LLC. And that concludes that presentation.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Questions, council? Councilor Hoffa?
Yeah, so council received some communication about some business practices related to one of the applicants. I guess my question to staff is, can that information be weighed in the decision tonight by council? Yeah.
You want to start?
I mean, perhaps we can explain what the allegations are, what the communication is first for context.
Yes.
And then we'll have our city attorney share information about whether that can be part of the your decision-making process. So we received an email from someone who claimed to be a member of Infinity Assets and claimed that there was wrongdoing in the selection process. There were other claims about various accusations. We weren't able to confirm. In fact, when we actually reached out to the principal for Infinity Assets, the principal, Chris, he stated that he did not send the email, and based on that information and our attempt to gather information about the allegations, none of this was. There was no information. We followed up on those allegations, and they're not warranted. One of the other,
but could I I think what I'm referring to is a video on YouTube. So I don't think that's really in question, and a statement to the effect of, we don't have to pay our vendors if they're mom and pops. And there were some other choice words that were used to describe those vendors who were not paid. So is that what you're referring to, or something else?
I'm referring to another comment within an email.
Okay.
Did you want to follow up on?
Yeah, I guess I still come back to, so that comment, which I mean, I think is publicly available, is that information, that publicly available information, something that council can weigh in our decision the way we would when new information is brought to us through public comment? Or is that something that we can't weigh in our decision?
So this was I'm not readily familiar with the YouTube video, but this was a comment sent to council and in the regular comment packet. If that's the case, then yes, just as with any comments you receive tonight, you're entitled to consider those, give them the weight that you think they deserve, and base your decision as you see fit.
I guess my question to the subcommittee is, would that kind of comment, would that fit under any of our criteria, or would it really, I guess in other words, had you known that information when you were evaluated, would it have changed your evaluation? Is there even a criteria that sort of is applicable to, or is it sort of external to the evaluation criteria, if you know what I mean?
So you can put up the criteria again for the PowerPoint.
We're pulling up the criteria. Just one moment. If you go back to it, this will show you the weighted scoring criteria.
I think that I think it could. There was a category for local enterprise and engagement plan, so it might have been affected there. Honestly, for me, I don't know if it would have made much of a difference. I mean, it would have been nice to have a conversation about it, to hear from their side in regards to it. They might have an opportunity tonight to be able to speak to it if they so choose. So I think maybe after we hear from public comment, we can maybe have an evaluation at that point to see if it's something that maybe shifts something. But where I stand with it now, personally, I don't see it making much of a difference. I think I'm pretty solid with where I'm at with it.
For me, it wouldn't have made a difference. Where my scores were, they were pretty solid for everything that came through during the interview. And from the research that we were given from the applications. And so for me, I don't think it would have made a difference of what I already have. I stand pretty firm on all of my scores.
Okay, then I would appreciate maybe during the public comment hearing from that applicant, because for me, ethics matters and paying people matters. And I would like to hear, can we trust you to pay your taxes? Can we trust you to pay your vendors? Can we trust you to pay your employees? That's important for me to hear. That's the extent of my question, though. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have questions at this point?
Just to clarify, we are talking about OTC of the charts Monterey. So the CEO is here, I believe, in the audience.
Okay, perfect. All right, with that, I'm going to describe how the public comment period is going to work. So we ask folks in advance if you want to speak during public comment. So you identify yourself at the beginning of the public comment period. And then once those folks are identified, only those folks get to speak. So you have to let us know up front if you want to speak during public comment. And we'll go from there. So I'm going to start in the chamber. Does anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? So I'll ask you to do one of two things. If you wouldn't mind, if you're able and willing to stand to the side of the podium, it makes it a little bit easier to see who those public speakers are. If you are unable to stand, or if it's easier for you to sit, if you could just raise your hand and be identified. And then while folks are trying to situate themselves in the chamber, I will ask online to do the same if you use the raise hand function, and I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 5 online. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
13 black now.
8. What does that bring us to? I'm going to bring us to 2 minutes. What is that? That's 36. Two minutes. All right. Everybody has 2 minutes. Let's go ahead and start in the chamber.
Didn't need 3, but John Rico Carr. There have been quite a few people who have asked me if I've applied for a commercial cannabis license in Monterey. I didn't. The city of Monterey failed to provide a social equity program and failed to address my administrative appeal being held in abeyance. Now, I didn't just not apply, I did my diligence and confirmed under the state's social equity requirements, this city's representation of a social equity component does not qualify as such, hindering my ability to receive government assistance, prioritize licensing, and financial support in reopening my caregiver cooperative. As I've sat in abeyance, Monterey Holistic Health continued to distribute marijuana just blocks away from where my caregiver was located. Why is it that white-owned for-profit dispensary has been allowed to operate while my caregiver, founded by myself, an African-American, was made to wait in a false state of abeyance? Why is it a white man files an administrative appeal for his cannabis testing laboratory during a clear prohibition, and city staff allows that white man to exercise administrative procedures and even creates an ordinance permitting only that white man's testing laboratory? Well, you've held my filing fee. My right to the identical administrative procedure was made to wait in a false state of abeyance, and my intimate association was unjustly forced to close. Council members, when you signed the last ordinance into law, you further damaged me, mentioning my full name and case based on a fraud. In closing, I do want to congratulate the license recipients and thank you, Monterey, though, for finally providing safe access in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Megan Wilden. I'm a fourth-generation Monterey resident and the Development Director for Community Human Services. And my great-grandfather was once mayor, but he was cleared of all charges. So for 55 years, Community Human Services has provided hope and help to Monterey County residents when they need it most. In November, we opened the first emergency homeless shelter for women and families with children, Schumann Heart House, and we are grateful for the city's support for this, as well as other programs we offer to provide mental health and substance use disorder help for low and very low income residents. In addition, we operate Safe Place in Monterey, an emergency shelter for homeless youth, as well as street outreach counselors for youth. I am here today to express our appreciation for the community outreach included in the new retail cannabis ordinance and licensing, and to several of the businesses you're here today to consider who have already reached out to Community Human Services to partner with us and pledge their support both and volunteer assistance for our homeless shelters and the other services we offer in need. We're dedicated to providing help to all who struggle with substance use disorder and appreciative of their understanding of its importance and of supporting and becoming an integral part of the community they are joining. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, thank you, Mayor and City Council and City Attorney. My name is Joey Evans. I am 51% owner of OTC Van Nuys in Los Angeles. I came up here to give just a little insight of OTC. Before I was with this company, I was with a predatory company that tried to racketeer my license and 4 other licensing by the name of Genius Fund LLC. When I met Norman and Sean and OTC, they changed my life. I'm actually an example of phase 3, round 1 in Los Angeles of the SIA applicants. I actually probably am one of 5 people who actually have operating stores. Our store has been operating for 2 years with no tax deficiencies and always paying our employees and always making sure that there is opportunity for growth in this brand. Not only am I an applicant and a 51% owner in that store, they've given me opportunity to grow and expand nationwide. So I just want to sit here and say that the things that go around on the internet of 15-second or 30-second clips, if we have the whole hour and a half or 2-hour conversation that was had, I think you'd have a better understanding of what OTC is. Thank you, guys.
Hello, my name is Jordan Cool. I'm the general manager of Off the Charts San Francisco. First and foremost, I want to commend the city of Monterey and their diligence throughout this process. I've seen firsthand how the commercial cannabis can create a positive socioeconomic outcome in San Francisco. And while the demographics and landscape might be different here in Monterey, I have no doubt that the city will greatly benefit from commercial cannabis. I've been working for Off the Charts since they opened the store early last year in 2023. But I've been working in cannabis for about 8 years now. I truly enjoy coming to work every single day, and part of that is because of the people that I get to work for and work with. OTC is family-run, family-owned business, and I think it's this kind of close-knit, trusting business model that really shows up in the people I get to work with at our store. All of our employees live in San Francisco or close Bay Area, many born and raised in the same community, and we bring our love and commitment for the city to create special connections between our staff and our customers that feel like family. Our customers know we are focused on serving them individually and the overall community, and we back this up beyond providing premium customer experiences and actually getting out into the community to volunteer our time and energy to important community causes. I understand that as a cannabis operator, trust from the community is not given but earned. We accomplish this by providing to our neighborhood and the overall community that we are responsible, accountable, and transparent. We earned this trust in San Francisco by providing a safe and welcoming environment, ensuring public safety and health, participating in community events, holding community workshops and educational seminars, volunteering with local organizations, and providing meaningful financial contributions to support important community causes. We know a trusted neighbor is an engaged neighbor, one you can depend on in an emergency or time of need, one you can share in local celebrations and get-togethers. Off the Charts is that neighbor, and I know that with the help of the ownership and operational team and ongoing communication with the city officials, OTC will become an outstanding member of Monterey's business community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amy Price. I'm a resident of Monterey, but I come to you today because I work for Community Homeless Solutions. I'm thrilled that there was a community impact and outreach component to this process. I will say that of the 14 applicants, we heard from one, we heard from Off the Charts. We started speaking with them last year in 2003. They found us through the United Way. We've had a series of conversations about how they could and will help us. And I will tell you, those of us working with homelessness in this region know that this problem is not going to be solved unless we have public-private partnerships. And I welcome retail cannabis in the community and the forces they can bring to bear to help us with some of these issues that are far too challenging for any nonprofit or any city or county to take care of on their own. I have found my exchanges with them to be intelligent, reasonable, well thought out. They did their homework, and we were thrilled to hear from them. Thank you, Mayor and council members.
Good evening, members of the City Council, Mayor Williamson, and fellow community members. My name is Nicole Gonzalez, and I'm the co-founder of Stigma Wellness, a Monterey-based company with a mission to redefine cannabis. We design athletic apparel that promotes a positive association between responsible cannabis use and an active, healthy lifestyle. We're here tonight for two reasons. First, I want to commend the City Council for adopting commercial cannabis. This progressive move can generate significant benefits for Monterey. Tax revenue can support our city, local organizations can receive well-needed funding, and the development of these businesses will stimulate the economy. Secondly, I'm here to wholeheartedly endorse Off the Charts as one of the top applicants. Their core values align perfectly with Stigma's prioritizing health and wellness. We envision exciting possibilities, Off the Charts carrying our apparel, co-creating an eco-conscious branded clothing line, sponsoring our local run clubs, and even co-hosting educational sessions about cannabis and its potential health benefits. Their commitment to community and focus on local partnerships truly impressed me. Together, Stigma Wellness and Off the Charts can be a driving force in changing the outdated, lazy stoner stereotype, and we can showcase the active, productive side of the cannabis community. Let's show how cannabis use can be part of a healthy and balanced lifestyle. Therefore, I urge the City Council to approve the permit for Off the Charts. Together, we can rewrite the narrative surrounding cannabis in Monterey. Thank you.
Good evening, members of City Council and members of our community. My name is Kaylee Morgan, and for the past 15 years, I have been deeply involved in the cannabis industry, from retail to cultivation to brand development. I've gained a comprehensive understanding of this dynamic sector, and throughout my career, I've had the privilege of working with industry pioneers who shaped the cannabis landscape. Currently, I wear two hats. As co-founder of Women of Cannabis, I champion diversity, inclusion, and safe spaces for women in the industry. Additionally, I serve as sales and community development manager for Ember Valley, a leading California cannabis producer with a large footprint across the state. This evening, I'm here for two reasons. First, I want to express my sincere gratitude for the City of Monterey for establishing this cannabis program and reaching this crucial stage. Cannabis offers true healing potential, not just for individuals, but also for our community that embraces it responsibly. The financial and social benefits of this program will be transformative for Monterey, and I'm excited about the future it unlocks for this beautiful city. Secondly, I stand before you today in support of Off the Charts. One of the top 4 applicants, Off the Charts has been a prominent retailer in the industry, carrying Ember Valley products since their flagship store in Vista opened in 2019. In my role at Ember Valley, I've had the pleasure of collaborating with Off the Charts on their Recompass compassionate donation events authorized under SB 34. These events through Recompass and Off the Charts provide free cannabis to medical patients in need. To date, we've distributed thousands of products across San Francisco and San Diego, and I've personally witnessed the profound impact, and I'm confident that similar initiatives would greatly benefit Monterey residents. It is my sincere hope that City Council votes to approve the recommendation of Off the Charts as one of the retail cannabis permits in City of Monterey. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, and City staff. My name is Anthony Gonzalez, and I am the Director of Sales and Marketing for Big Pete's Treats, a leading cannabis edible brand, as well as the Community Relations Officer for Off the Charts Monterey. I am pleased to stand before you today as we reach a pivotal moment in the approval process for cannabis retail in our city. Having advocated for this cause for over 3 years, it is a privilege to see our efforts come to fruition. Firstly, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to each of you for your diligence and commitment shown in establishing a robust framework for cannabis retail. Your hard work has not only paved the way for businesses like ours, but also ensures that our community's values and safety are prioritized. Being selected as one of the top 4 applicants is an honor that brings with it great responsibility. We at Off the Charts Monterey are enthusiastic and ready to move forward, committed to making a positive impact. We look forward to contributing to the community in a meaningful ways and upholding the standards that Monterey stands for. Thank you once again for your visionary leadership and support. We are excited about the opportunities that lie ahead and are committed to being a proactive and responsible member of the Monterey community. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, City Council members, Mayor Tyler Williamson, and fellow Monterey locals. My name is Dave Ekstat, and I am the Director of Programming at the Wahine Project, based here in Monterey. Our mission since 2010 has been to break down barriers for youth to participate in ocean sports, fostering ocean safety, promoting health, and instilling social responsibility and environmental stewardship. At the Wahine Project, we provide a safe space for youth to explore their potential, become proficient water humans, and amplify their voices in climate change and environmental justice. Personally, I spend a lot of time in and out of the water with our participants, and I see firsthand the transformation impact these opportunities have on their lives. I'm here to share my experience about the potential partnership between the Wahine Project and Off the Charts, one of your top 4 selected applicants. Off the Charts has shown a remarkable commitment to our community even before the application process has began, making significant contributions that have truly made a difference. For example, Off the Charts generously supported us in sponsoring the all-woman rowing team, Hurricane Rowing, set to embark on the 2,800-mile world's toughest road journey from Monterey to Kauai next month. Also, Off the Charts also supported us in creating an unforgettable experience for our young Wahine participants, Monterey Peninsula Unified Special Ed Department, to have a wonderful experience by funding their tickets as well as their families' tickets to the Monterey Football Club, and the students were able to walk on the field with the players. It was truly remarkable. We've just been discussing future collaborations with Off the Charts, and with so much to gain from their enthusiastic involvement in our community, I wholeheartedly support Off the Charts integration into our community. I'm confident they'll be an outstanding partner in our shared mission to build a stronger, more inclusive, and environmentally conscious Monterey. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Jeff Davy, and I'm a resident of Monterey. Just want to thank you and commend you on the approval of this and putting it together and finally getting this program underway. I know it's been a lot of work, and congratulations to the subcommittee and to everybody. I also want to congratulate you and commend you for including a social impact program, because it's a very, very smart idea, and it's obvious that all the applicants have pursued that. On behalf of my family, my father, and our interest in Monterey, we're really pleased to support Cultural Cannabis Club and their efforts. They have multiple locations in California. They are partnered with several local nonprofits and will be a positive impact on the community and a very good business here in Monterey. So we encourage that and we thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Like a number of speakers before me, I just want to briefly recognize and acknowledge it's been a long process to get to this. Oh, sorry, I'm Lauren Carpenter. I'm with Embark. I should have led with that. I want to thank you, like so many others. It's been a long and deliberative process that's gotten us here. And I want to recognize the city for undertaking a thoughtful merit-based process to select your applicants. So as one of your top 4 applicants, we certainly hope we will earn your consideration this evening. And again, really just want to thank you and recognize all of the work it's taken to get to this point.
Good evening, Honourable Mayor, City Council members, City staff, residents of the City of Monterey, and industry colleagues. My name is Josh Black from Element 7. Just wanted to briefly thank the City for getting this far this quickly. We've been involved in a lot of City applications over the last 6 or 7 years, and truly Monterey has really moved quickly in this process. And obviously, as an operator, that's what you want to see. You want to apply and try and get open as quick as possible. Also, well done on the selection to this point. The 4 companies that you've considered are all, in my opinion, great companies, good people, good business practices, and even OTC. We've always had a pretty robust industry relationship with those guys and found them to be good people. Excited to be part of the process moving forward. If awarded, we obviously want to be as local as we can, local hires, local staff, local vendors, local partners, local nonprofits, all as part of our application. We were the first dispensary to open in nearby Marina. We'd love to be the first to open in Monterey as well. So we'll be working diligently to do that. Thanks for listening tonight. I wish you all the best and thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, esteemed council members. My name's Sean Maddox. I'm Chief Legal Officer for Off the Charts. Was going to be here to mostly thank you guys for the process, but also I'm going to speak on some of the comments that were made earlier to clarify who we are as a company and what we do as a company. To start with, 30-second illegally recorded out of context statement can cause a lot of damage. And we're in a state of the internet where things flourish quickly, become viral memes, and nobody really looks behind the curtains and sees what happens. The allegations that are made or the statements that are made, I think are resounding through the industry. There's been troubles with the industry, and I think a lot of backlash occurred immediately when those responses were heard. But I think what a lot of people didn't see was the resounding support that we got by members like Ember Valley and small mom and pops that we do support. Off the Charts has opened 23 stores in the state of California. We continue to open those stores on terms with our vendors, meaning those vendors trust us to pay them on time, and that we've continued to do so time and time again throughout our operations. It was said earlier, but Off the Charts is the largest family-owned and family-managed retailer in California. We treat our staff like family members. I can say straightforwardly from some very long conversations that happened on the backlash of that video that tears were shed by staff members, by leadership, by a lot of people, not because of what was said was true or accurate, but because of the effect that it had on us as a company. And the sincerity of being a family-run company and treating every staff member like a family really impacted us. And it's something that we've looked internally and made sure that none of those things do ring true. I'm happy to answer any additional questions on that, but I do want to thank the city for the process that they've held. I do want to thank the council member Hoffa for bringing this up, giving me an opportunity to speak on it. I'm happy to answer any additional questions. But again, I feel that the city's done a great job with its process. As mentioned earlier by Element 7, you've picked 4 really top applicants that we see time and time again in the industry. Thank you. I'll make myself available for questions if you have any follow-ups.
Yes, and I did want to say we saw a number of hands go up after the cutoff time. And so only the first 5 that were there when the mayor gave the cutoff time will be called upon. First, David Nola.
Sorry, real quick. I just
Oh.
want to reiterate, and I know you just said it, but I want to clarify for folks. If folks may have entered after I made the statement, I apologize. I understand that there are folks that raised their hand after the cutoff period. So we're only taking the first 5 folks that had their hand raised before the cutoff period. So if we don't call on you, It's not because we're not following the process. We're actually following the process, which we clearly articulated at the onset. So I apologize if we're not able to get your comments tonight, but please, let's go ahead and go to those public commenters.
Yes, so first is David.
Good evening, honorable city council members. My name is David Nola. I'm one of the owners of Dispo Monterey. My first comment is in regard to the scoring sheets that were provided along with the agenda tonight. After reviewing some of the scoring comments in the same section for each of the applicants, the grader had conflicting bases for the standards that were used. For example, in one of the score sheets, it said applicants that had at least 100% of local ownership got full points. But in the same section for a different applicant, it said that applicants with 75% or more of local ownership received full points. So I believe a reevaluation of the standards that were used in the scoring sheets needs to be conducted to ensure equity in the process. My second comment is about the standards and methodology used for the selection criteria in the interview process. I expected to see a little bit more of a detailed breakdown of what one applicant may have said or committed to that gave them more points than another applicant that was interviewed. No criteria or methodology were given to show how these interviews led to these rankings. In my opinion, when there's no demonstration of standards used in the selection process, could potentially give way to a bias for open-ended selection. My third comment was regarding one of the public comments that was posted relating to some of the selected applicants. I conducted a simple Google search of some of the selected applicants, and at least two of them had a series of negative history and the bad business practices. Public court records showed several lawsuits and judgments against them, as well as one had several rescissions of city approvals for retail cannabis. So I strongly believe that the citizens of Monterey would not want businesses with negative history, operating in their city. So I think an additional review of the legal history of some of the applicants is called for. Thank you very much for your consideration. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next is Joey.
Good evening, council members. With all the time that was spent to get to this point, I was hopeful Monterey would not end up doing what many other cities have done, but apparently my hope was for not. You're about to award Starbucks-like corporations the privilege to operate in the city and have not selected even one tried and true grassroots applicant. These selections are particularly disheartening considering the city established an application process that did not require a location in order to provide social equity and give smaller operators a chance to compete. Despite this intention, is the large corporations that have been favored. I mean, one of the groups chosen has already won 2 permits in Monterey County alone. There's a recurring strategy where large corporations enter local markets by partnering with local individuals merely as proxies. These corporations come into our city armed with promises and high stakes offers to community nonprofits, effectively using their financial leverage to garner support and sway public opinion in their favor. Let's call it what it is, a well-oiled playbook of entering new markets by making oversized pledges that are more about buying entry than genuine community engagement. Look, I can't hate the players, but I can hate the game. Congrats to the winners. I'm just very disappointed the city did not choose at least one fully locally owned applicant. I urge the council to ask themselves some important questions. How do we ensure that these commitments are kept? How do we prevent our town from becoming just another pin on the map of corporate expansion strategies? Do we want a city defined by corporate logos or one enriched by the true spirit of local entrepreneurship? Tonight's decisions will shape the future of our community and send a message to the true locals who were not given the opportunity to open a store.
All right, next we have a telephone caller with the last 3 digits, 902. Go ahead, please.
This is Nina Beatty. I am opposed to retail marijuana. I've been opposed to it from the beginning, and I'm opposed to what was one speaker called it integration of marijuana into this community. The drug problems in our county are well known. When I voted with other Californians to eliminate jail time for those who were smoking marijuana, and I acknowledge the needs, the special needs of those with true medical needs for access to cannabis, I did not vote for this. I did not vote for normalizing drug use in California. Staff has driven this, and that's been clear from the beginning. The marijuana that we're talking about in these establishments is more potent than it was in many times than it was in the 60s or 70s. And now the city is establishing commercial entities as a new powerful special interest in Monterey to mold and pressure city policy. I'm appalled at the whitewashing and the rebranding, the walking on water promos by different people, including nonprofits in this community. And I'm disappointed that of my community so far in public comments tonight, I'm the only one to speak up and oppose this. This is marijuana, this is drug use, this is commercializing something, normalizing something, and I wonder what next. Good night.
Next is Thomas.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you all tonight. My name is Thomas Cousins. I'm one of the owners of the Golden State Theater and the Cali Roots Festival in Monterey, and my ties to the Monterey community stretch back 15 years to my time working as a booking agent assistant at Paradigm Talent and Literary on West Franklin downtown. Bringing culture and music to Monterey and extolling the power of live music is my life's work. Having an organization like Embark close to the Golden State Theater will allow us to continue to invest in fostering a safe and vibrant space for people of all ages and backgrounds to experience the joy of live music. As a local partner of Embark Monterey, I'm very appreciative of all the work the city has done to run a thoughtful and deliberate merit-based process. I'm hopeful that Embark's application will be approved, as I know they will become a positive staple of the community. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members.
And our last speaker is LS. Go ahead, please.
Sorry, one second. Okay, I'm ready.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Hi, council. My name is Perla Silva. I am one of the applicants. I'm also calling in to kind of just throw my opinion, 2 cents in. I've been working in the cannabis industry on and off since 2015, working throughout different levels of management, and not paying vendors is a very common practice. I know a couple of city council members mentioned that it wouldn't weigh on them, but I think it should because it affects employee safety. It also affects local businesses, especially given how the ordinance was written, that these dispensaries have to go through local distributors. If they're not paying their local distributors, the entire local industry is going to be affected. I also wanted to say, kind of similar to what Joey mentioned as well, and some of the other local businesses. If we really want to talk about diversity and inclusivity, the majority of individuals speaking on behalf of OTC are either white or men or some sort of combination of both. The city really did not want local entrepreneurs to flourish. The 4 that were chosen are state chain stores, and they leave a track record of going into cities paying below average wages for employees, price hiking, and now people in the community can no longer afford cannabis and have to revert to other sources to get that. I really hope the city council reconsiders and at least starts to question some of these businesses practices, because it will affect not only that, but also the reputation of Monterey. Does Monterey really want that?
Alrighty, and with that, we will bring it back to the council for deliberation. I appreciate everybody that participated in public comment. Who would like to start us off? Dr. Barber.
So yes, thank you everyone for all of your comments. I appreciate it and heard what you were saying, but I do want to make sure that we're clear. When I said that it wouldn't weigh as far as the vendor, you were saying about the not paying the vendor not weighing. That wasn't what I was answering. Whether that information would weigh. So that just means to whether that would be any truth in the information that was given. So that's, for me, I felt like that it wouldn't have been any truth in that information according to what I saw with application and with the questions that we asked in the room. Secondly, I feel that all the scores were pretty much aligned, even with the consultant, So it wasn't even not knowing the consultants' scores, but also knowing what we were doing separately ended up being very cohesive. So I feel that even looking at and hearing from the people tonight, dealing with what they have paid and what, as far as paying their vendors and paying their taxes, I think that's important. I also think that the family-owned business is another, though they have 23 stores, I believe they said, but they're family-run. So that's still, you're still looking at some sort of what I call a mom and pop business, if you will, but even though it's more expanded. So I feel that in the process that we did, we made sure to adhere to the policy, the process, and made sure that we did it with integrity. And so as far as I'm concerned, I still hold fast to my scores and where we are tonight with the top four.
Councilmember Hoffa?
Yeah, first of all, I want to appreciate the work of the subcommittee. I know doing all of those interviews, talking to all those folks, I can see the diligent notes you took. So that's a lot of hard work and I appreciate it. I think I've been advocating for this for maybe 6 years, and the first few years, there really wasn't interest on the council's part. It's taken us the roadmap. I mean, it's been a long road. So on the one hand, I'm really happy that we're finally here. If I could go back a few months, would I maybe change this process? I think I probably would. I think I would have added an element of sort of legal compliance and have had the committee do research on each of the applicants to see if they were involved in litigation, what the outcome of that litigation was. I think I maybe would have asked that we include and give credit for genuine local ownership, but we didn't do that. We have a process. We've gone through the process. It is a fair process, I believe. I believe that it was conducted fairly by our consultant and our committee. I am still troubled by that video. I'll be honest. I do appreciate the attorney for Off the Charts, for your comments in particular. But it's troubling. I mean, it's a troubling statement, but there may be troubling things with some of the other applicants. So, if we were going to kind of look at that and scrutinize that and then, try to get the whole context, I think we would need to do that for the other applicants. So I think I'm okay supporting the recommendation, even though I do have some concerns. And I think they're legitimate concerns, and I do certainly hope Off the Charts here's what I'm saying. And sounds like you've heard from other folks. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm at.
Councilman Garcia?
Thank you. So I think the point that comes up for me more is the point about the applicant being local. What does that really mean? Especially since this hasn't really been allowed in the city of Monterey. So local, to me, I would interpret it as a county local, a county applicant. And I think based on the list that I'm looking at, I think there are some applicants that fit that criteria, not all of them. But I think even with that, I think there's opportunity here to move forward, knowing that we have staff that will keep a sharp eye on the folks who get awarded, and then understanding that city staff has built in the process levers that can be pushed and pulled to rectify anything that skews out of the parameters that have been established. So that's all I have.
Okay. So a couple of thoughts. I wish John Rico stayed because he made the comment around social equity and in fact, this was a conversation that was brought up a couple of times throughout the process, and we got clarity from staff that the recommendation in regards to the best way of doing that was exactly what we're doing in this process, which is the randomized process, because some of the more established organizations can more easily acquire the property. And so this was the best way to make it equitable, and we've implemented that process. And I think in the scoring too, there was consideration given during our interviews in regards to that as well. And Alan, in regards to your feedback, I think I agree. If we could look back and try to evaluate things differently, I guess the question would come in, and it's not worth exploring right now, but right, the question comes in is how do we weigh that, right? Is there legitimacy to that, and how does that get weighted out amongst all the other criteria? So I appreciate your flexibility, and you're spot on. We haven't been able to offer an opportunity for any of the other applicants to be evaluated at that same standard expectation. And in fact, this actually raises a little bit of a question for me, because the comments that have been received, the amount of emails that the council and staff have received around the concern from a lot of the applicants getting the permits has been pretty extreme and intense. And it seems like, if I understand this correctly, that it's coming from one of the applicants that is on the wait list. And so it almost makes me kind of question whether or not there's needs to be room for us to reconsider, because if this is the practice that they're engaging in on the back end, I wonder what that means in regards to their ability to be able to effectively work with the city on functioning and operating within the city of Monterey, if for whatever reason, one of the current applicants decides to drop out. So I just lay that thought there, and I want us to consider how we might want to move forward with that. And then there was a comment around equity in our selection, and how the members that spoke in favor of OTC tonight. And I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I voted the way that I did during the selection process, but I don't think that the majority of the folks that were speaking were white. I think there was a lot of people of color and women that came up and spoke too. So I just kind of want to clarify that for the record, that we had, I think, a well-rounded, diverse group of folks that came to speak on their behalf. And then just in regards to, I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there. Any other comments, feedback? Are we ready for a motion?
I would like to make a motion to accept the ranked order as presented.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other comments? All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. And with that, we'll move to item number 15, conduct a drawing to identify the order by which the top 4 commercial cannabis business applicants choose their preferred business location zone from available zones. With that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We will now come to another fun part of our agenda tonight, where we have a vase, and we will conduct a drawing on this. And our community development director is out of the office, but we have interim person here, and this is our property manager, Jenna Aldretti, who will be the person to conduct it. Before we start, I hand it over to Ned Roshana Sathira, who is our assistant city manager, who will explain the process according to our city code.
Great, thank you, Hans. Here's the process. The city code section 7-7.07C, subsection C, goes over the process. The way this will work is after council selects the top 4 cannabis storefront retail businesses, which council just approved, a drawing will be conducted. This is to open, the drawing is open to public view. We have a glass vase here to identify the order on which the top 4 cannabis retail businesses can choose their preferred zone. So the idea here is each of the four businesses will have an equal chance of being selected from the vase, and there'll be one of the businesses will be selected from the glass vase. At that point, that business will then be able to select the zone of their choice. Once that zone is selected, then that zone will no longer be available, and then we'll go on to the next business. So that's the way it's going to work. And we believe all the businesses are here to select the zone of their choice. We've notified each of them to have a representative here to be prepared to select the zones based on what's available. So that's how this will work. It designates the community development director. We have our acting community development director here, Jen Aldretti, and we're going to hopefully have all zones selected. So here are the zones. To clarify, CB1 is Lighthouse and Foam Street. That's the Lighthouse Avenue district. CB2 is the downtown district, except Alvarado Street itself. CB3 is the Wave Street area. It's essentially Cannery Row Business District, except for Cannery Row, and then CB4 is North Fremont Street. So
while I should have asked this beforehand, and so I apologize if I'm not coordinating. Is it possible to pull the map up and have that on the screen so that it's kind of visually better for folks in the community to understand exactly where these retail shops might potentially be going?
we are ready to show the map for you, Mr. Mayor. Here, hang on one second.
Working on the fly.
Yep, working on the fly. Give me 1 minute. Here we go. This is the map. So this shows the CB1, CB2, CB3, and CB4. And this, again, is based off of when you see the buffer zones. This is based off of, as of yesterday, the buffer zone will be, depending on when the permit is issued and the zone clearance permit is issued, that'll be based on the exact, the buffer zones apply. So that may change, subject to change, but you can see here each of the areas, again, CB1, CB2, or CB3, which is Wave Street, CB2 downtown, and then 4 is North Fremont. So hopefully this gives you an idea.
Wasn't there a cleaner one? Okay, maybe because it's not zoomed in.
Yeah, we'll zoom in a little bit. That way you can see.
Yeah.
You want to see the one without the buffer zones? Okay, give me.
Because you're still highlighting the lots that can be used.
We can do that. Hang on 1 second. It's going to take 1 minute because we have to pull it up. In the meantime, we'll ask Jana to perhaps, while I pull up the map, maybe she can read each of the names as it goes into the vase here. Thanks, Jana. You can just read each one as it goes in.
Okay.
Is this on? Yeah. Okay, so the first one going in is OTC Monterey LLC. Element 7 SF4 LLC. Monterey Pacific Retail Holdings, Inc. And Monterey Responsible and Compliant Retail LLC.
Just real quick, let me real quick, if we can ask before you start, Jana, our Assistant City Attorney, when do we do public comment on this item? Do we do it before or after?
Before.
Okay, so we'll take public comment real quick because we do have to have that.
Perfect. Thank you for that.
We were so close. We were so close.
All right, well, we could make this quick. Public comment in the chamber. Anybody? Going once, going twice. All right, we will check online. I'll do a countdown for folks to use the raise hand function to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have nobody online. All right, so we'll close public comment and go back to the process.
Where do you want me to stand?
Say it again.
Just so everybody can see clearly.
The anticipation is like.
We'll try to do a zoom out so the camera can see for those on Zoom as well.
First one, element 7. Microphone. Element 7, SF4 LLC.
All righty. So if a representative from Element 7 would like to come up to the mic and express where they would like their, what zone? What zone?
Element 7 would like to take the downtown location.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Another drum roll. I like this participatory process.
Second is OTC Monterey LLC.
For the camera, did the camera get it?
Off the charts would like to take Lighthouse.
All righty, there we go. So we have Cannery Row and, I'm sorry.
In North Fremont. Correct.
Henry
Wave,
Row.
downtown was taken, so Wave
Wave
Street,
Yeah,
we have zone CB3 and CB4 remaining.
drum roll.
The third spot goes to Monterey Pacific Retail Holdings.
Jenna, you're good at this. He's making sure that everybody's in agreement here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. We would like to select the, we'll take the Wave Street area, CB3.
Awesome. Do we need to do the last? Well, I guess we kind of have to see if they want to take it. So the last one is Monterey responsible and compliant retail. Fair, equal opportunity.
Monterey Responsible and Compliant Retail. Spot number 4.
That was the longest walk of my life. We will begrudgingly accept the only district that is left. So thank you.
Thank you. So that's it. So we're gonna make it happen, right? Like we're doing it? Okay, all right. Awesome. So do we need to like vote on accepting that? Like what?
No.
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 It's
we're
just,
done.
this is the public drawing.
Yeah.
and
Done.
we're-
All
we're
right.
completely
Well,
completed.
congratulations to everybody for the selection process. Thank you so much for your patience and participation and wishing everybody all the best. So
Yeah.
yeah, council comments? All righty. Thank you, everybody. We'll go to council comments. Anybody on the council wish to share anything? Nope. All right. City manager reports?
Yes, I have a long list. So
Stop it.
to all the vendors and to the council, our summer reading program in the library starts on June 1st. It goes to July 31st, and I understand it's a new fun activity in how to score. So I encourage everyone to participate in the summer reading program. And I want to share with you that Lighthouse Avenue is almost finished. On Thursday, we will finish the striping, and then we are done with Lighthouse Avenue for the next 50 years again. So that's it.
Somebody's particularly excited about that. All right, that's it. Nothing else, city manager? So I think this might be one of the earliest conclusions to an evening council session. So with that, we will go ahead and adjourn. Thank you, everybody.